What if secrets whispered through dusty manor halls found their way to the keenest of minds, guided only by the gentle glow of lamplight in a village where time moves like honey? Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where what if whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften and drift into tonight's gentle story. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you wandering through England's sleepy villages, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Are you a fellow night owl, a mystery lover, or just chasing rest with a curious mind? Share in the comments below. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. In the gentle embrace of the 1930s, when England wore her countryside like a well-loved cardigan, soft and familiar, there existed a village that seemed to have been painted by time itself with the most tender of brushstrokes. St Mary Mead nestled in the Cotswolds like a secret kept by the rolling hills, where the air moved slowly, carrying with it the scent of roses and the faint echo of church bells that had been ringing the same sweet song for centuries. The village was small enough that every soul knew every other soul's morning routine, yet large enough to harbour the kinds of gentle mysteries that make life interesting rather than alarming. Here, in this pocket of England where modernity crept in as quietly as morning mist, the old ways still held court. Women wore their hats to church with the solemnity of knights donning armour, and men tipped their caps with the precision of clockwork. The wireless crackled with news from London, but it seemed as distant as fairy tales when you were sitting in Mrs. Bantry's garden, watching the hollyhocks nod their sleepy heads in the afternoon breeze. St Mary Mead in 1934 was a place where tradition and change performed an elegant dance, neither stepping too hard on the other's toes. The village green stretched out like an emerald carpet that the good Lord had unrolled especially for cricket matches and village fetes, while the ancient church of St Mary stood sentinel, its stone walls holding centuries of whispered prayers and gentle confessions. The vicarage, with its climbing roses that seemed determined to embrace the entire building in their thorny affection, sat beside the church like a faithful companion, while across the green the Blue Boar Inn beckoned with the promise of warm fires and warmer conversation. But it was at the edge of the village, where the lane curved like a contented cat stretching in the sun, that Gossington Hall presided over its modest kingdom with the dignified air of old money that had learned not to boast too loudly. The manor house, built in the reign of Queen Anne with the kind of architectural confidence that comes from knowing one's place in the world, wore its ivy like a gentleman wears his favourite waistcoat, comfortable, distinguished, and utterly at home with itself. The hall's Georgian windows caught the light each morning and scattered it across the village like a generous host sharing sweets with children. Its gardens, tended by old Mr. Griselda with the devotion of a monk caring for illuminated manuscripts, bloomed in careful succession throughout the seasons, ensuring that there was always something lovely to look at from the village lane. The great oak trees that lined the drive had stood there since before America was even a proper thought, their branches reaching toward heaven with the patient persistence of prayer. Inside the hall, the rooms breathed with the quiet rhythm of a house that had learned to pace itself over centuries. The morning room caught the early light like honey in a jar, while the library held afternoon shadows that seemed designed specifically for reading and gentle contemplation. The drawing room, with its chintz and mahogany, invited conversations that moved at the speed of well-steeped tea, and the dining room presided over meals with the formal courtesy of a bygone era that still remembered how to treat food as more than mere fuel. It was in this setting, where time moved like cream through coffee, that the residents of St Mary Mead lived their lives with the comfortable certainty that comes from knowing one's place in an ordered world. They were a collection of souls who had found their rhythm in the gentle dance of English village life. The postman who knew everyone's correspondence patterns better than they knew them themselves, the baker whose bread rose with the punctuality of sunrise, the doctor whose bedside manner was seasoned with the wisdom that comes from treating 3 generations of the same families. And among them, moving through the village with the quiet authority of someone who had learned to see beyond the surface of things, lived Miss Jane Marple, Miss Marple, though she would have blushed at anyone calling her remarkable, possessed the kind of mind that worked like a perfectly tended garden. On the surface, everything appeared orderly and conventional, with neat rows of thoughts arranged in proper sequence. But underneath, in the rich soil of her consciousness, connections grew in the most unexpected directions, sending roots deep into human nature and sprouting insights that bloomed at precisely the right moment. She was a woman of 70-odd years, though she moved through the world with the spry determination of someone who had long ago decided that age was more a state of mind than a condition of the body. Her white hair, always impeccably pinned beneath hats that seemed to have been chosen by committees of sparrows, framed a face that had been gently sculpted by decades of careful observation and kindly wisdom. Her eyes, pale blue as a winter sky, held the sort of gentle intelligence that made people instinctively want to tell her their troubles, often without quite understanding why. Miss Marple's hands were the hands of someone who had spent a lifetime in useful occupation, knitting needles that clicked with the rhythm of thought, garden tools that knew their way around both roses and human nature, and teacups that had been lifted in countless conversations where the real meaning lay not in words spoken, but in the pauses between them. She dressed with the careful attention of someone who understood that appearance was a form of courtesy to one's neighbours, favouring tweeds that had aged gracefully and cardigans that provided both warmth and respectability. Her cottage, nestled on the village lane with the modest pride of a woman who knows her worth without needing to advertise it, reflected its owner's character in every carefully tended detail. The garden bloomed in succession throughout the seasons, not through accident, but through the kind of patient planning that comes from understanding the natural order of things. Inside, the rooms held a comfortable accumulation of a life lived with attention to small pleasures, books whose spines had been creased by genuine interest, photographs that captured moments of quiet joy rather than grand occasions, and furniture that had been chosen for comfort rather than impression. But it was Miss Marple's particular gift, though she would have been the first to deny it was anything more than common sense seasoned with experience, to see the patterns that connected human behaviour across all boundaries of class and circumstance. She had learned, through decades of careful observation, that the human heart beats with remarkably similar rhythms whether it resides in a duchess or a dairymaid. The same passions that drive a parlour-maid to pilfer sugar lumps will drive a banker to embezzle thousands, scaled up in scope but identical in essence. The jealousy that makes neighbours quarrel over garden boundaries operates by the same principles as the envy that topples governments, and the love that makes a young couple walk hand in hand down country lanes follows the same ancient patterns as the devotion that keeps married couples together through decades of shared breakfast conversation. This understanding, combined with a native intelligence that had been sharpened by years of careful attention to the small dramas of village life, made Miss Marple uniquely equipped to untangle the sorts of mysteries that arise when human nature encounters opportunity and decides to take liberties with conventional morality. She approached such puzzles not with the dramatic flourishes favoured by consulting detectives from London, but with the patient methodology of someone who had learned to read human behaviour the way a gardener reads the soil, looking for the subtle signs that indicate what lies beneath the surface. On this particular October morning in 1934, when the leaves had begun their annual transformation from green propriety to autumn's more flamboyant palette, St. Mary Mead woke to the kind of crisp clarity that makes the English countryside look as though it had been designed by angels with an eye for comfortable beauty. The air carried the scent of wood smoke and the last roses of the season, while overhead, the sky wore that particular shade of blue that seems reserved exclusively for October mornings, when the world is settling into autumn's gentle embrace. Miss Marple, who had always been an early riser by both inclination and habit, stood in her garden with the morning mist still clinging to the hollyhocks like sleepy children reluctant to start the day. She was examining her late-blooming chrysanthemums with the attention of someone who understood that the secret to successful gardening lay not in grand gestures, but in daily attention to small details. The flowers, golden and bronze as autumn leaves, nodded their heavy heads in the gentle breeze, secure in the knowledge that they had been planted by hands that understood both their needs and their nature. The morning's peace, however, was destined to be disturbed, though in the gentle way that St. Mary Mead preferred its disturbances, like ripples spreading across a pond rather than waves crashing against rocks. It began with the sound of rapid footsteps on the village lane, moving with the kind of urgency that was unusual in a place where haste was generally considered a symptom of poor planning rather than efficiency. Young Mr. Raymond West, Miss Marple's nephew, a writer whose metropolitan sophistication hadn't quite managed to eclipse his fundamental decency, appeared around the curve in the lane with the breathless determination of someone bearing news that simply couldn't wait for proper visiting hours. His face, usually arranged in the carefully casual expression favoured by literary gentlemen, wore instead the slightly wild look of someone who had encountered something that didn't fit into any of his neat categories for understanding the world. "Aunt Jane," he called, his voice carrying across the morning air with the kind of urgency that made the sparrows pause in their breakfast conversations. "You must come at once. There's been the most extraordinary discovery at Gossington Hall." Miss Marple set down her gardening shears with the deliberate care of someone who had learned that reactions shaped by haste were rarely as useful as those seasoned with thought. She looked at her nephew with the patient attention she accorded all forms of human distress, noting the way his usually perfectly arranged hair had been disturbed by his rapid journey, the flush in his cheeks that spoke of genuine excitement rather than mere authorial drama, and the brightness in his eyes that suggested he had encountered something that had captured his imagination entirely. "What sort of discovery, dear?" she asked, her voice carrying the gentle authority that had been developed through decades of dealing with everything from neighbourhood cats to neighbourhood scandals. "And shall I bring my knitting?" I find that serious conversations often benefit from the calming influence of productive handwork. Raymond laughed, a sound that held both affection and exasperation in equal measure. "Aunt Jane, this is serious. Mrs. Bantry sent me to fetch you immediately. They found something at the hall, something that changes everything about the Hartwell inheritance. The whole village is in an uproar, though admittedly a very polite uproar." Miss Marple considered this information with the methodical approach she applied to all puzzles, whether they involved dropped stitches in her knitting or dropped clues in human behaviour. The Hartwell inheritance had been a source of gentle speculation in St. Mary Mead for the better part of 2 years, ever since old Colonel Hartwell had passed away in his sleep, leaving behind a will that had satisfied no one and confused everyone. The Colonel, who had lived at Gossington Hall with the punctilious attention to routine that characterised retired military men, had been a familiar figure in the village for nearly 3 decades, arriving each morning at precisely 9:30 for his constitutional walk and departing each evening at 6:15 for his solitary dinner. His will, when it had been read in the stuffy chambers of Messrs. Pemberton and associates in Much Benham, had been notable primarily for what it didn't say rather than what it did. The bulk of his estate had been left to his great-nephew, a young man named Geoffrey Hartwell, who had visited the hall exactly twice in 30 years, and had shown no particular interest in either the property or his great-uncle's welfare. The Colonel's long-time housekeeper, Mrs. Elm, who had tended to his needs with the devoted efficiency of a well-wound clock for 27 years, had been left a modest pension and the contents of the kitchen. The various charities that had received the Colonel's quiet support over the years had been remembered with small but respectable bequests. But the will had said nothing about the Colonel's most prized possession, his collection of first-edition military histories, assembled over a lifetime of scholarly pursuit and valued by experts at several £1,000s. Nor had it mentioned his late wife's jewellery, which remained locked in the safe in his study, or the considerable sum that the bank manager had discreetly indicated was held in a separate account that seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, including apparently the Colonel himself. The missing elements had provided the village with the kind of gentle mystery that made tea-time conversations more interesting without actually disturbing anyone's sleep. Various theories had been proposed and debated with the thoroughness that small communities bring to such pea. Perhaps there was a second will hidden away in the Colonel's papers. Perhaps the old man had become forgetful in his final years and had simply overlooked these items. Perhaps he had made private arrangements that would become clear in time. The speculation had been conducted with the courtesy that characterised all St Mary Mead controversies. No one had actually accused anyone else of anything improper, but everyone had noted that it seemed odd for such a meticulous man to leave such glaring omissions in his final arrangements. Mrs. Elm had borne the weight of the village's gentle curiosity, with the stoic dignity of someone who had spent decades managing other people's private affairs without commentary. Young Geoffrey Hartwell had inherited the hall and promptly arranged for its contents to be catalogued and sold, displaying the kind of efficient disinterest that confirmed the villagers' suspicions that he cared more about the property's monetary value than its emotional significance. Now, if Raymond's excitement was any indication, something had been discovered that promised to shed new light on the entire situation. Miss Marple gathered her cardigan around her shoulders with the practical grace of someone who had learned that mysteries rarely accommodated themselves to convenient timing, and followed her nephew toward the village lane. The walk to Gossington Hall provided an opportunity for Raymond to explain the morning's discovery with the enthusiasm of someone who had stumbled upon the perfect plot for his next novel. Mrs. Bantry, who had been asked by Geoffrey Hartwell to oversee the final clearing of the house before it was let to new tenants, had been sorting through the last of the Colonel's papers in his study. Hidden behind a false back in one of the desk drawers, a hiding place so cunningly concealed that it had escaped notice during the initial inventory, she had discovered a sealed envelope marked Last Will and Testament of Colonel James Hartwell in the old man's unmistakable handwriting. The envelope remained unopened, waiting for proper legal authority, but its very existence had sent ripples of excitement through the small crowd that had gathered at the hall. If this was indeed a later will, and the date on the envelope suggested it had been written only months before the Colonel's death, then everything about the inheritance might need to be reconsidered. The prospect had drawn half the village to Gossington Hall with the kind of eager anticipation usually reserved for particularly promising church sales, or unusually scandalous episodes in the ongoing drama of Mrs. Weatherby's rose garden. As they approached the hall, Miss Marple could see the small crowd gathered on the front steps, talking in the animated whispers that indicated news of the highest importance being shared with appropriate discretion. Mrs. Bantry stood at the centre of the group like a general receiving reports from reconnaissance missions, her usually immaculate appearance slightly dishevelled by the excitement of discovery. Dr. Haydock paced nearby with the restless energy of someone whose scientific mind had been presented with a puzzle requiring immediate investigation. The vicar, Mr. Clement, listened to the various theories being proposed with the patient attention he usually reserved for confession, while his wife took notes in her pocket diary, with the methodical thoroughness of someone who understood that today's events would become tomorrow's historical record. "Miss Marple?" Mrs. Bantry called as she spotted the approaching figure, her voice carrying the kind of relief usually reserved for the arrival of cavalry. "Thank goodness you're here. We desperately need someone with sense to help us sort this out properly." Miss Marple approached the group with the unhurried pace of someone who had learned that rushing toward mysteries often caused important details to be overlooked. She listened as Mrs. Bantry recounted the morning's discovery with the precision of someone who had spent years managing household crises and understood the importance of accurate reporting. The full straw had been revealed purely by accident. Mrs. Bantry had been removing the desk's contents for packing when one of the drawers had stuck, and her attempts to dislodge it had triggered the hidden mechanism that revealed the concealed compartment. "The envelope is definitely in the Colonel's handwriting," Mrs. Bantry explained, producing the document from her handbag with the reverent care usually reserved for religious relics. "And it's dated just 3 months before he passed. But we can't possibly open it without proper legal supervision." Miss Marple examined the envelope with the careful attention she applied to all evidence, noting the quality of the paper, the firmness of the handwriting, the wax seal that bore the Colonel's personal crest. Everything about it spoke of authenticity and deliberation. This was not the hasty scrawl of a dying man's confused thoughts, but the careful documentation of someone who had given considerable thought to his final arrangements. "Has anyone contacted Mr. Pemberton?" she asked, referring to the elderly solicitor who had handled the Colonel's legal affairs for the past 15 years. "I've sent word, Doctor," Haydock replied, "but he's attending court in London today and won't be able to come until tomorrow at the earliest." Miss Marple considered this information while examining the envelope more closely. Something about the timing of its concealment struck her as significant. Why would the Colonel have hidden this will so carefully only months before his death? And why had he not mentioned its existence to his solicitor, or destroyed the earlier document that everyone assumed represented his final wishes? "Mrs. Bantry," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority that had been developed through decades of organising church committees and managing village crises. "Might I suggest that we spend the day examining the Colonel's papers more thoroughly? If there's one hidden compartment in his desk, there might be others, and if this will differ significantly from the one we know about, there might be additional documents that would help us understand his thinking." The suggestion was received with the enthusiasm of a group that had been presented with a treasure hunt disguised as a civic duty. Mrs. Bantry, who had been dreading the tedious work of sorting through decades of accumulated papers, suddenly found the task transformed into an adventure. Dr. Haydock offered his services as someone with experience in methodical investigation, while the vicar volunteered to catalogue any documents of historical interest. Even young Mr. West, whose usual attitude toward household organisation bordered on allergic, expressed willingness to help with the search. Miss Marple accepted their offers of assistance with the gracious efficiency of someone who had learned to manage volunteer labour through years of organising village events. She divided the group into teams, each responsible for a different area of the study, and established procedures for documenting and preserving any discoveries. The work began with the systematic thoroughness that characterises English approaches to potentially important endeavours. The Colonel's study, which had served as both his private retreat and his command centre for managing the affairs of the estate, reflected the methodical mind of a man who had spent a career organising complex military operations. Every book was shelved according to a system that made immediate sense to anyone familiar with military classifications. Every document was filed with the precision of someone who understood that information had value, only if it could be retrieved when needed. Every piece of correspondence was dated, referenced, and cross-filed with the thoroughness of a professional archivist. But as the morning progressed into afternoon, with the search teams working through drawers, bookcases, and filing cabinets with increasing thoroughness, it became clear that the Colonel's organisational systems held layers of complexity that hadn't been immediately apparent. Hidden compartments appeared in pieces of furniture that had seemed straightforward, concealed by mechanisms that required specific combinations of pressure and manipulation to reveal their secrets. False backs in bookcases held documents that had been separated from the main filing system for reasons that weren't immediately clear. Secret panels in the walls, disguised behind portraits of long-dead military heroes, contained materials that seemed to represent a completely parallel record-keeping system. The afternoon light filtering through the study's tall windows illuminated an increasingly complex picture of Colonel Hartwell's final years. Rather than the simple, straightforward existence that the village had observed, there emerged evidence of a man engaged in activities that required considerable secrecy and planning. Correspondence with banks in London suggested financial arrangements far more complex than the modest estate described in his known will. Letters from solicitors other than Mr. Pemberton indicated legal consultations that had never been mentioned in the village. Most intriguingly, a series of documents in the Colonel's handwriting outlined what appeared to be a comprehensive plan for distributing his wealth in ways that bore no resemblance to the provisions of his official will. Miss Marple, who had been working through a collection of the Colonel's personal correspondence with the patient attention of someone reading a particularly complex novel, paused when she encountered a series of letters that seemed to represent an entirely different side of the man the village had known. The Colonel, it appeared, had been conducting a secret correspondence with a charitable organisation in London that worked with veterans who had fallen on hard times. Not only had he been providing financial support, far more generous than anyone in St. Mary Mead had suspected, but he had also been personally involved in identifying deserving recipients and monitoring the effectiveness of the aid provided. More surprising still, the letters revealed that the Colonel had been planning to establish a foundation that would continue this work after his death, using the bulk of his estate to create a permanent endowment for veteran assistance. The correspondence outlined detailed discussions with lawyers, accountants, and charity administrators about the most effective ways to structure such an organisation. The plans were far advanced, with legal documents prepared and financial arrangements nearly complete. But nowhere in this extensive correspondence was there any mention of Geoffrey Hartwell or the inheritance that had been so prominently featured in the Colonel's official will. Instead, the document suggested that the young man had been intended to receive only a modest bequest, enough to acknowledge the family connection without compromising the larger charitable purposes that had become the Colonel's primary concern in his final years. As the afternoon shadows lengthened across the study floor, the search teams began to piece together a picture that was both more complex and more poignant than anyone had expected. The Colonel, far from being the simple, routine-bound old soldier that the village had assumed, had been engaged in a careful balancing act between public expectations and private purposes. His daily walks, his predictable habits, his seemingly conventional lifestyle had provided cover for activities that revealed a man of considerable depth and generous impulses. But they also revealed a man caught between conflicting obligations. His correspondence included several drafts of letters to Geoffrey Hartwell, attempts to explain his intentions that had apparently never been sent. The language was careful, diplomatic, but also clearly troubled. The Colonel had wanted to provide for his great-nephew, but he had also been deeply committed to using his wealth for purposes that would benefit those who truly needed assistance. The tension between family obligation and charitable impulse had apparently consumed considerable thought and energy during his final months. Miss Marple, reading through these draft letters with the attention of someone who understood the weight of family obligation, began to form a theory about the Colonel's state of mind in his final months. Here was a man who had discovered late in life a sense of purpose that went beyond personal comfort or family duty. His work with veteran charities had given him a connection to causes larger than his own modest needs, but he'd also been raised in a tradition that emphasised family responsibility and proper inheritance practices. The hidden will, she suspected, represented his attempt to resolve this conflict, to honour both his charitable impulses and his family obligations in ways that might not have been possible through conventional legal arrangements. But something had prevented him from implementing these plans, leaving behind the confusing mixture of official and secret documents that now confronted the search teams. Dr. Haydock, who had been working through a collection of medical records and personal health documents, discovered what might have been the explanation. Hidden among the Colonel's private papers was a series of letters from a London specialist, describing a condition that would have made the old man increasingly forgetful and confused during his final months. The progression outlined in the medical correspondence suggested that the Colonel might have been losing the mental clarity needed to manage the complex legal arrangements he'd been planning. The tragedy became clear as the pieces fell into place. The Colonel had been working toward charitable bequests that would have honoured his deepest convictions while still providing for his family responsibilities. But the illness that ultimately claimed his life had also robbed him of the ability to complete these arrangements. The official will that everyone knew about had been an earlier document, created before his charitable plans had fully developed. The hidden will that Mrs. Bantry had discovered probably represented his final attempts to implement his true wishes, but circumstances had prevented him from ensuring its proper legal recognition. As the search teams completed their work and began the process of cataloguing their discoveries, Miss Marple found herself dealing with a mystery that was more human tragedy than criminal conspiracy. The Colonel's story was not one of deliberate deception or malicious intent, but rather of good intentions complicated by failing health and insufficient time to complete worthy plans. But there remained the question of what should be done with their discoveries. The hidden will, if legally valid, would dramatically change the distribution of the Colonel's estate. Geoffrey Hartwell, instead of inheriting the bulk of the property, would receive only a modest bequest. Mrs. Elm would be provided for more generously, and the majority of the estate would go toward establishing the charitable foundation that had become the Colonel's passionate concern. The legal questions were complex, but the moral questions were even more challenging. Geoffrey Hartwell had already begun making arrangements based on his understanding of his inheritance. The house had been prepared for letting, and he had made financial commitments based on his expectations. If the hidden will proved valid, these arrangements would need to be completely reconsidered. More broadly, there was the question of whether the Colonel's charitable intentions should be honoured, even if the legal documents proved insufficient to enforce them. The correspondence made his wishes abundantly clear, even if the formal requirements for implementing them had not been completed. Did the village, and particularly those who had known and respected the Colonel, have an obligation to try to fulfil his true desires, even if they lacked legal standing? Miss Marple, who had been listening to these debates with a patient attention she accorded all moral complexities, found herself thinking about the nature of inheritance and obligation. Legal documents, she reflected, were tools for implementing human intentions, but they were not always adequate to capture the full complexity of human desires. The Colonel's situation illustrated the gap that could exist between what someone truly wanted and what they were able to arrange through conventional legal means. As evening approached and the search teams prepared to lock up their discoveries, pending Mr. Pemberton's arrival, Miss Marple made a suggestion that reflected her understanding of both legal proprieties and human decencies. Rather than waiting for the lawyers to sort out the competing claims, she proposed that someone approach Geoffrey Hartwell directly and explain the situation that had been discovered. Young men, in her experience, were often more generous and flexible than their elders assumed, particularly when presented with appeals to honour the worthy intentions of deceased relatives. The suggestion was received with the kind of enthusiasm that indicated everyone had been hoping someone else would propose exactly this course of action. Geoffrey Hartwell, who was staying at the Blue Boar while supervising the final arrangements for the house, could be approached that very evening. If he proved understanding about his great-uncle's charitable intentions, many of the legal complications might be resolved through voluntary cooperation rather than courtroom battles. Mrs. Bantry volunteered to make the initial approach, her social standing and long acquaintance with the family providing appropriate credentials for such a delicate conversation. Dr. Haydock offered to accompany her, his professional reputation lending additional weight to their presentation of the medical evidence that explained the Colonel's apparent confusion in his final months. The vicar agreed to be available if questions arose about the charitable organisations that would benefit from the Colonel's plans. Miss Marple, whose role in the day's discoveries had been more observational than active, offered to remain at the hall to secure the documents and ensure that nothing was disturbed before the solicitor's arrival. This arrangement suited everyone's sense of what was proper and practical, and the group dispersed with the satisfaction of people who had spent a day in useful and interesting occupation. Left alone in the Colonel's study as twilight settled over St. Mary Mead, Miss Marple took the opportunity to review the day's discoveries, with the quiet thoroughness that characterised her approach to complex problems. She moved through the room slowly, examining not just the documents that had been found, but the spaces where they had been hidden, the furniture that had concealed them, and the overall organisation that had governed the Colonel's private life. What emerged from this careful examination was a picture of a man who had lived with considerable internal complexity beneath a surface of conventional simplicity. The Colonel's daily routines, his predictable habits, his apparent contentment with small-town retirement had provided a facade that concealed a much more active and engaged inner life. His charitable work, his legal planning, his careful attention to the welfare of people he had never met but felt responsible for helping, revealed someone whose sense of duty extended far beyond the conventional boundaries of family and community. But the hiding places themselves told a story that was both touching and slightly troubling. The elaborate concealment, the multiple layers of secrecy, the parallel record-keeping systems suggested a man who had felt compelled to keep his most important activities hidden from the very community where he lived. Whether this secrecy had been motivated by modesty, by uncertainty about others' reactions, or by some deeper sense of conflict between his public and private selves, it had clearly been a source of considerable effort and anxiety. Miss Marple, who had spent decades observing the ways that people managed the tensions between their public faces and private truths, recognised in the Colonel's arrangements the signs of someone who had never quite found a way to integrate the different aspects of his identity. His military background had taught him the value of discipline and discretion, but it might also have made it difficult for him to share his gentler impulses with others who knew him primarily as a man of duty and authority. The hidden will itself, when she examined it more closely in the quiet of the empty study, proved to be a document of considerable thoughtfulness and legal sophistication. Unlike the hurried scrawl that might be expected from someone in declining health, it was written in the Colonel's clear, careful hand and structured with the attention to detail that characterised all his work. The charitable bequests were specific and well considered, with detailed instructions for the establishment and management of the foundation he had envisioned. The provisions for family members were generous without being excessive, and the arrangements for Mrs. Elm and other household staff reflected genuine gratitude for years of faithful service. But there were also signs that the document had been prepared with considerable urgency. Certain sections showed evidence of revision and reconsideration, as though the Colonel had been working against time to complete his arrangements. The handwriting, while still clear, showed occasional shakiness that might indicate the effects of the illness that would soon claim his life. Most tellingly, there were several places where he had begun to write additional provisions but had left them incomplete, as though interrupted by failing strength or confused thoughts. The overall impression was of a man who had understood that his time was limited and had been working frantically to complete arrangements that had become increasingly important to him. The tragedy was not just that death had intervened before he could finish his work, but that his commitment to secrecy had prevented him from seeking the help that might have enabled him to complete his plans successfully. As Miss Marple sat in the Colonel's chair, surrounded by the evidence of his hidden life, she found herself thinking about the nature of legacy and the responsibility that communities bear for honouring the true intentions of their members. Legal inheritance was only one way of passing values and priorities from one generation to the next. The example of a life well lived, the influence of generous impulses shared with others, the inspiration that comes from witnessing genuine commitment to worthy causes. These forms of inheritance might be more important than any financial bequests, but they required active participation from the community to be preserved and transmitted. The Colonel's charitable work would not automatically continue simply because he had written a will establishing a foundation. The organisations he had supported would need ongoing commitment from people who shared his concerns. The veterans he had helped would need others to step forward and continue his work. The values he had embodied, duty, service, generosity, tempered with practicality, would survive only if others chose to embrace and practice them. This realisation led Miss Marple to consider her own role in the unfolding situation. She had been asked to help discover the truth about the Colonel's intentions, and that task had been successfully completed. But discovering truth was only the first step in a process that would require considerable wisdom and diplomacy to complete successfully. The legal questions surrounding the competing wills would ultimately be resolved by solicitors and courts, but the human questions about honouring the Colonel's values and continuing his charitable work would need to be addressed by the community that had known and respected him. The sound of approaching footsteps on the gravel drive interrupted her contemplations. Through the study windows she could see Mrs. Bantry and Dr. Haydock returning from their meeting with Geoffrey Hartwell, their faces showing the satisfaction of people who had accomplished a difficult task successfully. Behind them came a younger man who could only be Geoffrey himself, his posture and gait suggesting someone who had received surprising news and was still processing its implications. Miss Marple rose from the Colonel's chair and moved to meet the returning group, curious to learn how the young heir had responded to the revelations about his great-uncle's true intentions. The conversation that followed would determine not only the legal resolution of the inheritance question, but also the community's approach to preserving and continuing the Colonel's charitable legacy. Geoffrey Hartwell proved to be a more thoughtful and generous young man than his previous disinterest in family affairs had suggested. Tall and earnest, with a kind of quietly serious demeanour that suggested depth beneath a somewhat reserved exterior, he listened to the full account of the day's discoveries with the careful attention of someone who understood that he was being entrusted with information of considerable importance. His response, when it came, reflected both genuine surprise at learning about his great-uncle's hidden activities and sincere respect for the charitable intentions that had motivated them. He had, he explained, always felt somewhat uncomfortable about inheriting property from a relative he barely knew, and the revelation that the Colonel had been hoping to use his wealth for broader purposes came as something of a relief rather than a disappointment. "I had no idea Uncle James was involved in such work," he said, examining the correspondence that outlined the Colonel's charitable activities. "He never mentioned it during my visits, but then our conversations were always rather formal and brief. I suppose I assumed he was content with a quiet retirement, and hadn't really considered what he might be doing with his time beyond his daily walks and reading." The revelation that his great-uncle had been secretly planning to establish a charitable foundation seemed to genuinely move Geoffrey. He spent considerable time reading through the Colonel's correspondence with the veteran assistance organisations, his expression growing increasingly thoughtful as he absorbed the scope and depth of his relative's commitment to helping others. When he finally looked up from the documents, his face reflected the kind of quiet determination that suggested important decisions were being formed. "This changes everything, doesn't it?" he said, though the question seemed to be addressed more to himself than to his companions. "I mean, legally I suppose I'm still entitled to the inheritance under the first will, but morally, well, it would be rather shabby to claim property that Uncle James clearly intended for such worthy purposes." Mrs. Bantry, who had been watching the young man's reaction with the careful attention of someone experienced in reading character, nodded approvingly. "Your great-uncle was a good man, Geoffrey, but he was also a private one. I think he would have been embarrassed to have his charitable work discussed openly in the village, but that doesn't make it any less important or any less deserving of respect." Dr. Haydock, who had been examining the medical correspondence that documented the Colonel's declining health, added his professional perspective to the conversation. "The evidence suggests that your great-uncle was working against time to complete these arrangements. His condition was progressive, and he would have known that his ability to manage complex legal matters was diminishing. The fact that he went to such lengths to try to establish this foundation, even when he was becoming increasingly unwell, speaks to how important it was to him." Geoffrey nodded slowly, then turned to Miss Marple with the kind of respectful attention that young people sometimes accord to their elders when seeking guidance on matters of genuine importance. "Miss Marple, you've had more experience with these sorts of situations than the rest of us. What do you think would be the right thing to do?" Miss Marple, who had been listening to the conversation with the patient attention she accorded all questions of moral complexity, considered her response carefully. In her experience, the right course of action in such situations was rarely the one that provided the most obvious benefits to any single individual, but rather the one that honoured the deepest intentions of all the people involved while serving the broader needs of the community. "I think," she said slowly, her voice carrying the gentle authority that came from decades of helping people navigate difficult decisions, "that your great-uncle would be most pleased if his charitable intentions were honoured, but in a way that also recognised the legitimate claims of family and the practical realities of the current situation." She paused, gathering her thoughts like someone organising knitting wool before beginning a complex pattern. "It seems to me that there might be ways to accomplish both goals, honouring his charitable wishes while also acknowledging your inheritance rights. Perhaps the foundation he envisioned could be established using a portion of the estate, while you retain enough to make the inheritance meaningful but not burdensome." The suggestion sparked a discussion that continued well into the evening, as the group worked through the practical details of how such an arrangement might be structured. Geoffrey proved to have a good head for financial planning, while Mrs. Bantry contributed valuable insights about local charitable needs that might be addressed through the Colonel's foundation. Dr. Haydock offered his medical expertise in understanding the veteran assistance programs that had been closest to the Colonel's heart. As the conversation progressed, what emerged was a plan that seemed to honour all the competing interests involved. Geoffrey would inherit the house, and enough of the estate to make the bequest meaningful, but the majority of the Colonel's wealth would go toward establishing the charitable foundation exactly as he had envisioned. Mrs. Elm and the other household staff would receive the generous provisions outlined in the hidden will, acknowledging their years of faithful service. The various local charities that had received modest bequests in the official will would continue to be remembered, though perhaps not at the expense of the larger charitable purposes. Most importantly, the foundation would be established as a living memorial to the Colonel's values, continuing his work with veterans while also addressing other charitable needs in the local community. Geoffrey volunteered to serve on the board of trustees, ensuring that family involvement would continue, while the day-to-day management would be handled by people with appropriate expertise in charitable administration. The legal complications would still need to be sorted out by Mr. Pemberton and the courts, but the framework for a solution had been established through the kind of cooperative discussion that reflected well on everyone involved. Geoffrey's willingness to prioritise his great-uncle's charitable intentions over his own financial interest spoke to a generosity of spirit that the Colonel would undoubtedly have appreciated. The community's quick mobilisation to discover and understand the Colonel's true wishes demonstrated the kind of collective commitment to doing right that made St Mary Mead the sort of place where people chose to live their entire lives. As the group prepared to leave the hall, with plans to meet again the following day when Mr. Pemberton arrived to sort out the legal details, Miss Marple took one final look around the Colonel's study. The room, which had begun the day as a repository of apparent confusion and incomplete arrangements, now seemed transformed into something more like a workshop where good intentions had been carefully crafted into practical plans for helping others. The hidden compartments that had concealed the Colonel's secrets now stood open, their contents no longer mysterious, but rather revelatory, of a man whose private generosity had far exceeded his public persona. The carefully organised correspondence that documented his charitable work would provide the Foundation trustees with detailed guidance about his priorities and methods. The financial records that had seemed confusing in isolation now made perfect sense as part of a comprehensive plan for using wealth responsibly and effectively. But perhaps most significantly, the discovery of the Colonel's true intentions had brought together a group of people who might otherwise have had little reason to collaborate, uniting them in a common purpose that transcended individual interests. Geoffrey's inheritance, instead of being a source of potential conflict between family claims and charitable needs, had become an opportunity for continuing important work while honouring family obligations. Mrs. Bantry's administrative skills would be invaluable in establishing the Foundation's operations. Dr. Haydock's medical knowledge would help ensure that the veteran assistance programs were structured effectively. Even young Mr. West had volunteered his writing abilities to help publicise the Foundation's work and attract additional support. Miss Marple, walking home through the village lanes as the last light of evening faded into the gentle darkness of an English autumn night, reflected on the day's discoveries with the satisfaction of someone who had witnessed human nature at its most generous and cooperative. The mystery of the Colonel's missing will had been solved, but more importantly, the mystery of how to honour good intentions in a complex world had been addressed through the kind of collaborative wisdom that communities could achieve when they chose to work together rather than apart. The stars that began to appear in the clear October sky seemed to echo the sense of resolution and rightness that had emerged from the day's work. St Mary Mead, which had awakened to whispered rumours and gentle speculation, was settling into sleep with the comfortable knowledge that one of its most respected residents would be remembered not just for his quiet dignity during life, but for the continuing good works that his thoughtful planning would make possible long after his death. The village, Miss Marple thought as she reached her own garden gate, was rather like a good book, full of stories that seemed simple on the surface but revealed layers of meaning and connection when examined with proper attention. The Colonel's story was ending, but in the best possible way, with his values and priorities being passed on to people who would cherish and continue them, and that, she reflected as she prepared for her own well-earned rest, was perhaps the most satisfying kind of mystery resolution, one that honoured the past while building foundations for future good works. In the weeks that followed, as autumn deepened into winter and the village settled into its seasonal rhythms, the Colonel Hartwell Foundation took shape with the kind of quiet efficiency that characterised all successful St Mary Mead endeavours. Mr. Pemberton, when he arrived to sort out the legal complexities, proved remarkably accommodating to the collaborative solution that had been proposed. The courts accepted Geoffrey's voluntary reduction of his inheritance in favour of the charitable foundation, particularly when presented with clear evidence of the Colonel's intentions and the unanimous support of all interested parties. Mrs. Elm, who had spent 27 years managing the Colonel's household with unobtrusive efficiency, found herself appointed as the Foundation's first administrator, a position that recognised both her intimate knowledge of the Colonel's charitable interests and her proven ability to manage complex arrangements with minimal supervision. Her first task was to contact the various veteran assistance organisations that the Colonel had been supporting, ensuring that his death would not interrupt the aid that these programs provided to people who truly needed help. Geoffrey Hartwell, meanwhile, settled into his role as a trustee with the enthusiasm of someone who had discovered a purpose that suited both his abilities and his conscience. He divided his time between London, where his business interests required attention, and St Mary Mead, where the Foundation's work was becoming an increasingly important part of the community's identity. The house at Gossington Hall, rather than being let to strangers, became the Foundation's headquarters, its rooms filled once again with the kind of purposeful activity that the Colonel would have appreciated. Dr. Haydock contributed his medical expertise to developing programs specifically designed to address the health needs of veterans, while Mrs. Bantry's organisational skills proved invaluable in coordinating between the various charitable organisations that benefited from the Foundation support. The vicar, Mr. Clement, helped identify local needs that could be addressed through the Foundation's resources, and even young Mr. West found himself writing articles for London magazines about rural charitable work, helping to attract additional support and recognition for the Foundation's activities. Miss Marple, whose role in solving the mystery of the Colonel's intentions had made her something of a village celebrity, characteristically declined any formal involvement with the Foundation, but remained available for consultation whenever complex problems required the kind of patient, observant wisdom that she had demonstrated during the crisis. Her garden continued to bloom in its seasonal succession, her knitting needles continued to click with their thoughtful rhythm, and her morning walks continued to provide opportunities for the kind of gentle observation that kept her informed about the welfare of her neighbours and their various concerns. But perhaps the most satisfying development was the way that the Colonel's example inspired others in the village to consider their own legacies and responsibilities. Mrs. Weatherby, who had been feuding with her neighbour over rose garden boundaries for the better part of 3 years, suddenly found herself wondering what the Colonel would have thought about such petty disputes, and quietly arranged a reconciliation tea that restored neighbourhood harmony. Mr. Griselda, the gardener at Gossington Hall, used his knowledge of the Colonel's charitable interest to establish a small programme that provided garden fresh vegetables to elderly villagers who could no longer tend their own plots. Even the younger residents of St Mary Mead found themselves influenced by the Colonel's posthumous example. The village's teenagers, who had previously shown little interest in community affairs beyond the annual cricket match and summer fete, began volunteering to help with Foundation activities, discovering in the process that adult concerns could be both interesting and personally rewarding when approached with proper guidance and clear purposes. The Foundation's work expanded gradually, always with careful attention to the principles that had guided the Colonel's own charitable activities. Rather than simply distributing money to worthy causes, the trustees focused on developing programs that would provide lasting benefits and encourage self-sufficiency among the people they helped. Veteran assistance remained the primary focus, but the Foundation also began addressing related issues such as rural unemployment, elderly care, and educational opportunities for young people who might not otherwise have access to advanced training. Miss Marple, observing these developments with the patient satisfaction of someone who had helped plant seeds that were now producing exactly the kind of harvest that had been hoped for, found herself thinking often about the nature of community and the ways that individual choices could influence the character of entire villages. The Colonel's decision to dedicate his wealth to charitable purposes had not only helped the specific people who benefited from Foundation programs, but had also created a model of generous civic engagement that others were inspired to follow in their own ways. The mystery of the Colonel's missing will had been solved, but its resolution had generated ongoing mysteries about how communities could work together to address problems that were too large for individual efforts, but too local for distant bureaucratic solutions. The Foundation provided a framework for collective action that honoured both traditional values of mutual assistance and modern understanding of effective charitable administration. As winter gave way to spring, and the Foundation completed its first full year of operations, St Mary Mead found itself subtly but significantly changed by the Colonel's legacy. The village remained recognisably itself, the same comfortable collection of cottages and gardens, the same predictable rhythms of market days and church services, the same cast of characters pursuing their familiar routines with undiminished enthusiasm. But underneath these surface continuities, there was a new sense of purpose and possibility that influenced everything from local politics to neighbourhood relationships. The Foundation's success had demonstrated that small communities could accomplish remarkable things when they channeled their collective resources toward worthy goals. Other villages in the region began visiting St Mary Mead to learn about the Foundation's methods, and several established similar programs using the Colonel Hartwell Foundation as a model. What had begun as one man's private charitable interests had evolved into a movement that was spreading throughout rural England, proving that good ideas, like good examples, had a tendency to reproduce themselves when given proper encouragement. Miss Marple, whose role in the Foundation's creation had been crucial but characteristically modest, continued to serve as an unofficial advisor to the trustees whenever particularly complex situations arose. Her ability to see through surface complications to the human motivations beneath proved as valuable in charitable administration as it had been in solving the original mystery of the Colonel's intentions. But she was careful to remain in the background, understanding that the Foundation's long-term success depended on developing institutional capabilities rather than relying on individual wisdom, however well-intentioned. The hidden will that had started everything now resided in the Foundation's archives, along with the Colonel's correspondence and the other documents that had revealed his true priorities. Occasionally, when new trustees joined the board, or when particularly difficult decisions needed to be made, these materials were consulted as a reminder of the principles that had guided the Foundation's establishment. The Colonel's careful handwriting, his thoughtful planning, his generous impulses tempered with practical wisdom, continued to influence the Foundation's work years after his death. But perhaps the most lasting legacy was not the specific charitable programs that the Foundation supported, but rather the example it provided of how communities could honour their best members by continuing their most important work. The Colonel's story had become part of St Mary Mead's collective memory, told and retold in ways that emphasised the values of service, generosity, and quiet determination that had characterised his life. Young people growing up in the village learned about the importance of thinking beyond immediate personal interest to consider how their actions might benefit others, not through formal lectures, but through the ongoing example of a community that had chosen to organise itself around such principles. As another autumn arrived, marking the second anniversary of the Colonel's death and the Foundation's continuing growth, Miss Marple found herself once again walking through the village lanes in the gentle evening light, observing the seasonal changes that marked the passage of time while noting the deeper continuities that provided stability and meaning to community life. The gardens showed the results of another year's patient cultivation. The cottages glowed with the warm light of hearth fires beginning to ward off autumn's chill, and the church bells rang with the same measured rhythm that had marked time in St Mary Mead for centuries. But there was also something new in the village's atmosphere, a sense of confident purpose that came from having successfully tackled a significant challenge and created something lasting and valuable in the process. The Foundation's work continued to expand and evolve, always guided by the Colonel's example, but never limited by rigid adherence to his specific methods. New needs were identified and addressed, new partnerships were formed with other charitable organisations, and new generations of volunteers were recruited to carry on the work that had become such an important part of the village's identity. The mystery of the whispered will had been solved, but its solution had generated ongoing stories of community cooperation, individual growth, and collective achievement that would continue for as long as people chose to honour the values that the Colonel had embodied. Miss Marple, whose patient observation and gentle wisdom had helped guide the village through its moment of confusion and uncertainty, could take quiet satisfaction in knowing that her contributions had helped create something that would outlast any individual involvement. In the deepening twilight, As the first stars appeared in the clear autumn sky, and the village settled into the peaceful rhythms of evening, St. Mary Mead rested secure in the knowledge that it had successfully navigated the challenges presented by one man's hidden generosity and had emerged stronger, more unified, and more purposeful as a result. The Colonel's whispered will had spoken not just of financial bequests and legal arrangements, but of deeper wishes for community welfare and mutual assistance that had been heard, understood, and faithfully implemented by people who valued such things. And somewhere in the quiet satisfaction of a village that had done well by one of its most respected members, the true mystery of human community revealed itself once again, not as a puzzle to be solved, but as an ongoing creation that required constant attention, patient wisdom, and the kind of gentle determination that turned individual good intentions into collective achievements. The Colonel's legacy lived on, not just in the Foundation's bank accounts and charitable programs, but in the strengthened bonds of mutual obligation and shared purpose that had grown from the villagers' response to his hidden gifts. Miss Marple, reaching her own garden gate as the church clock struck 9, paused to look back at the village that had been her home for so many years, and that had once again demonstrated its capacity for rising to meet challenges with grace, wisdom, and generous cooperation. Tomorrow would bring new days, new challenges, and new opportunities for the kind of quiet heroism that characterised the best of English village life. But tonight, St. Mary Mead could rest in the peaceful knowledge that it had honoured its past while building foundations for its future, guided by the whispered wisdom of a will that had finally been heard and faithfully obeyed. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, bearing witness to yet another chapter in the ongoing story of human community, where individual acts of generosity rippled outward through networks of relationship and obligation, creating legacies that would endure long after the specific circumstances of their creation had been forgotten. In St. Mary Mead, where time moved with the gentle persistence of well-tended gardens and carefully maintained traditions, the Colonel's whispered will had become part of the village's eternal conversation with itself about how to live well together, how to honour the best in human nature, and how to create communities worthy of the love and loyalty they inspired in their members. And in that ongoing conversation, carried forward by voices both present and remembered, the true mystery of human community continued to unfold, one story at a time, one generation at a time, one act of quiet heroism at a time, until the accumulated weight of all these small gestures created something larger and more lasting than any individual life, but entirely dependent on the choices that individuals made about how to live in relationship with their neighbours, their traditions, and their deepest convictions about what made life meaningful and communities worth preserving. The gentle night settled over St. Mary Mead like a comfortable blanket, carrying with it the whispered promise that tomorrow would bring new opportunities for the kind of patient, observant wisdom that had served the village so well in its moment of need, and that somewhere in the ongoing rhythm of daily life, new mysteries would arise that would require the same careful attention, the same generous cooperation, and the same quiet determination to do right by both the living and the dead that had characterised the village's response to the Colonel's hidden legacy. In the end, perhaps that was the deepest mystery of all, not how to solve the puzzles that life presented, but how to live in such a way that the solutions honoured the best in human nature, while building foundations for future generations to build upon. The Colonel's whispered will had been heard at last, and its message would echo through the village's collective memory for as long as there were people who valued the kinds of communities where such things mattered, where individual generosity could become collective purpose, and where the patient observation of one wise woman could help an entire village find its way through complexity to clarity, through confusion to purpose, and through individual inheritance to shared legacy. The mystery was solved, but the story continued, written each day in the choices that people made about how to live well together, how to honour their obligations to past and future, and how to create the kinds of communities that deserved the love and loyalty of their members. And in that ongoing story, the Colonel's whispered will remained a living presence, reminding everyone who heard it that the deepest inheritances were not those recorded in legal documents, but those written in the daily actions of people who chose to live by the highest values they could imagine, creating legacies that would endure long after the specific circumstances of their creation had been forgotten, but whose influence would continue to shape the character of communities for generations yet to come. Sleep well, gentle listeners, in the knowledge that such communities exist, that such choices are made every day by ordinary people who choose to live extraordinary lives of quiet service and generous purpose, and that somewhere in the world, villages like St Mary Mead continue to demonstrate that the best mysteries are not those that end with solutions, but those that begin with them, opening up new possibilities for human community, individual growth, and collective achievement that honour both our inheritance from the past and our obligations to the future. Sweet dreams carry you softly toward rest, where whispered wills become whispered promises, where gentle mysteries become gentle wisdom, and where the patient observation of human nature in all its complexity and beauty continues to reveal new reasons for hope, new possibilities for community, and new ways of honouring the deepest truths about what it means to live well together in a world that is always changing, but whose deepest values remain constant, calling us always toward our better selves, our stronger communities, and our most generous possibilities. The night settles now over St Mary Mead, over Miss Marple's garden, over the Colonel's foundation, and over all the villages and communities where people choose each day to honour their inheritance of wisdom, generosity, and quiet determination, to create something lasting and valuable from the materials that life provides. Rest now in that gentle certainty, that peaceful knowledge, that whispered promise that tomorrow will bring new opportunities for the kinds of choices that make communities worthy of the love they inspire and the legacies they preserve. Good night, dear listeners. May your dreams be filled with villages where mysteries are solved through patience and cooperation, where wills are honoured through generous action, and where the whispered wisdom of those who came before continues to guide those who come after toward lives of purpose, meaning, and gentle heroism that transforms ordinary days into extraordinary legacies of hope. The seasons turned with their inevitable grace, marking the passage of years in St Mary Mead with the gentle persistence of church bells and garden flowers. Spring brought daffodils that nodded their golden heads in cottage gardens. Summer warmed the village green where cricket matches played out their ancient rituals. Autumn painted the countryside in shades of amber and crimson, and winter wrapped the village in the comfortable silence of snow-covered lanes and frost-sparkled windows. Through all these seasonal changes, the Colonel Hartwell Foundation continued its quiet work, growing and evolving like the carefully tended gardens that surrounded the village cottages. Each year brought new challenges and new opportunities, new people to help and new ways of helping them, new partnerships with other charitable organisations and new methods of addressing the complex problems that faced veterans and their families throughout rural England. Miss Marple, now approaching her 75th birthday, with the serene dignity of someone who had lived long enough to see the full circle of many human stories, continued her daily walks through the village lanes, observing the changes and continuities that mark the passage of time in a community that had learned to honour both tradition and progress. Her garden still bloomed in its careful succession, her knitting needles still clicked with their thoughtful rhythm, and her gentle wisdom still provided guidance whenever complex situations arose that required the kind of patient understanding that comes only from long experience with human nature in all its complexity. The Foundation's headquarters at Gossington Hall had been transformed from a private residence into a bustling centre of charitable activity, but the transformation had been accomplished with such care and sensitivity that the house retained its essential character while adapting to its new purposes. The morning room now served as Mrs. Elm's office, where she coordinated the Foundation's various programmes with the same quiet efficiency that had characterised her years as the Colonel's housekeeper. The library had become a meeting room where trustees gathered to discuss policy and review applications for assistance. The drawing room hosted the monthly tea parties where Foundation volunteers gathered to share information and coordinate their efforts. But perhaps most significantly, the Colonel's former study had been preserved exactly as he had left it. serving as both a memorial to his memory and a reminder of the values that had inspired the Foundation's creation. Visitors often paused in the doorway of that room, absorbing the atmosphere of quiet scholarship and gentle determination that still seemed to emanate from the carefully organised bookshelves and the desk where so many thoughtful letters had been written to people in need of assistance. Geoffrey Hartwell had grown into his role as Foundation trustee with the kind of natural authority that comes from combining genuine concern for others with practical experience in managing complex affairs. His business background proved invaluable in establishing the financial structures that allowed the Foundation to operate efficiently while maintaining the highest standards of accountability and transparency. But more importantly, his personal commitment to honouring his great-uncle's memory had evolved into a deep understanding of the charitable principles that guided the Foundation's work. The Foundation's impact extended far beyond the specific individuals and families who received direct assistance. The veteran assistance programs had become models that were studied and copied by charitable organisations throughout England. The educational initiatives had helped dozens of young people from rural communities gain access to training and opportunities that would have been impossible without Foundation support. The elderly care programs had enabled countless senior citizens to remain in their own homes and communities, rather than being forced into institutional care far from family and friends. But perhaps the most important impact was the way that the Foundation's work had influenced the character of St Mary Mead itself. The village had always been a place where neighbours looked out for one another, but the Foundation had provided a framework for extending that care and concern to people and communities far beyond the village boundaries. Local residents had discovered that contributing to worthy causes could be both personally satisfying and socially beneficial, creating networks of mutual support that strengthened the entire community. Mrs. Bantry, whose organisational skills had proved essential during the Foundation's early years, had become something of an expert on rural charitable administration, frequently consulted by other communities that wanted to establish similar programs. Her monthly reports to the Foundation Board were models of clarity and comprehensiveness, documenting not just the statistical measures of the Foundation's success, but also the human stories that gave meaning to those numbers. Each report included letters from grateful recipients, updates on ongoing programs, and suggestions for new initiatives that might address emerging needs. Dr. Haydock's medical expertise had been instrumental in developing the Foundation's health-related programs, which had expanded to include not just direct assistance to veterans, but also research into the particular health challenges faced by rural communities. His collaboration with medical schools and teaching hospitals had created opportunities for young doctors to gain experience in rural practice, while providing enhanced medical services to underserved populations. The Foundation's small but growing medical program had become a source of pride for the village, and a model for other rural communities struggling with limited access to specialised healthcare. The vicar, Mr. Clement, had found in the Foundation's work a practical expression of the charitable principles that formed the core of his religious teachings. His sermons increasingly drew examples from the Foundation's activities, illustrating abstract theological concepts through concrete stories of human need and generous response. The church had become an informal recruiting centre for Foundation volunteers, as congregation members discovered that charitable work provided opportunities for meaningful service that complemented their spiritual practices. Even young Mr. West had found his calling through his involvement with the Foundation. His writing skills, initially contributed somewhat reluctantly to help with publicity and fundraising, had evolved into a passionate commitment to documenting the Foundation's work and sharing its stories with wider audiences. His articles in London magazines and newspapers had brought national attention to the Foundation's innovative approaches to rural charitable work, attracting support and recognition that had enabled the organisation to expand its activities significantly. But it was Miss Marple's continuing involvement that provided the Foundation with its most valuable asset, the kind of wisdom that comes from understanding human nature so thoroughly that complex problems can be reduced to their essential elements, and practical solutions can be found even in the most challenging circumstances. Her monthly meetings with Mrs. Elm had become legendary among Foundation staff for their ability to cut through bureaucratic confusion and identify the real issues that needed to be addressed. The Foundation's case files were full of situations that had seemed hopeless, until Miss Marple applied her particular combination of common sense and psychological insight to uncover overlooked possibilities or forgotten resources. Veterans who had been struggling with complex bureaucratic requirements found that their cases moved forward smoothly after Miss Marple identified the particular personalities and procedures that needed to be approached in specific ways. Families facing multiple challenges discovered that solutions existed in unexpected places once Miss Marple helped them understand which problems needed to be solved first and which could be addressed through informal networks of mutual assistance. One particularly memorable case involved a veteran who had been denied disability benefits despite clear evidence of service-related injuries. The bureaucratic appeals process had dragged on for months without progress, leaving the man and his family in increasingly desperate circumstances. Miss Marple's careful review of the paperwork revealed that the problem lay not in the merits of the case, but in a personality conflict between the veteran and the particular civil servant handling his file. A simple transfer to a different department, arranged through the Foundation's growing network of contacts in government agencies, resolved the situation within weeks. Another case that demonstrated Miss Marple's particular gifts involved a widow whose late husband's pension had been discontinued due to what appeared to be clerical errors in the government records. The woman had been struggling to navigate the complex appeals process while caring for 3 young children and managing her grief over her husband's death. Miss Marple's investigation revealed that the problem stemmed from the woman's late husband's use of a nickname rather than his formal name on some military documents, creating confusion in the records that could be resolved once the correct connections were established. These successes, and dozens of others like them, had established Miss Marple's reputation as someone who could find solutions to problems that had stumped other people. But she was careful to share credit with the Foundation's staff and volunteers, understanding that her insights were valuable only when combined with the practical expertise and dedicated work of people who were committed to implementing solutions rather than simply identifying them. The Foundation's work had also begun to attract attention from academic researchers who were interested in studying effective approaches to rural charitable administration. Several universities had sent graduate students to St Mary Mead to document the Foundation's methods and measure its impact on the communities it served. The resulting studies had confirmed what the Foundation supporters had known from experience, that charitable work was most effective when it was based on deep understanding of local conditions and needs, when it involved genuine collaboration between donors and recipients, and when it focused on building long-term capabilities rather than simply providing short-term assistance. These academic endorsements had helped the Foundation attract support from large charitable organisations and government agencies that were looking for proven models of effective rural development work. The Foundation's small staff had been supplemented by visiting fellows and research assistants, who brought additional expertise while learning from the practical experience that the St Mary Mead team had accumulated over years of hands-on charitable work. But perhaps the most significant development had been the Foundation's influence on other communities throughout rural England. Village after village had sent delegations to St Mary Mead to learn about the Foundation's methods and explore the possibility of establishing similar programs in their own areas. Some had created independent foundations modelled on the Colonel Hartwell Foundation, while others had developed collaborative relationships that allowed them to share resources and expertise while maintaining their local character and priorities. The result had been the emergence of a network of rural charitable organisations that could address problems too large for any single community to handle, while maintaining the personal connections and local knowledge that made their work effective. Veterans who moved from one rural area to another found that they could receive continuous support from organisations that understood their needs and had the resources to provide appropriate assistance. Elderly residents who needed specialised care could access services that had been developed through collaboration between multiple communities. Young people from rural areas could find educational and employment opportunities through programs that had been created by pooling the resources and expertise of several Foundation partners. Miss Marple, observing these developments with the satisfaction of someone who had helped plant seeds that were producing an abundant harvest, found herself thinking often about the nature of legacy and the ways that individual actions could create lasting change. The Colonel's decision to dedicate his wealth to charitable purposes had accomplished far more than he could have imagined, not just because of the direct assistance that his foundation provided, but because of the example it had set and the movement it had inspired. The hidden will that had started everything now seemed less important than the visible results that had flowed from the community's decision to honour the Colonel's intentions. Legal documents were necessary for establishing formal structures and ensuring accountability, but the real foundation of the charitable work had been the network of relationships and shared commitments that had developed as people worked together toward common goals. The village of St Mary Mead had been transformed by its experience with the foundation, but the transformation had been subtle and gradual rather than dramatic and obvious. The same cottages lined the same lanes, the same church bells marked the same hours, the same seasonal rhythms governed the same agricultural activities. But underneath these surface continuities, there was a new sense of confidence and purpose that influenced everything from local politics to personal relationships. Young people who had benefited from foundation programs had returned to the village as adults committed to continuing the charitable traditions that had helped them. Elderly residents who had received foundation assistance had become volunteers who used their experience to help others navigate similar challenges. The foundation had also influenced the village's economic development in unexpected ways. The presence of a successful charitable organisation had attracted other businesses and institutions that valued being associated with communities committed to social responsibility. The Foundation's need for various professional services had created opportunities for local businesses to expand their capabilities and client base. The influx of visitors and researchers had provided modest but steady income for local hotels, restaurants and shops. But perhaps most importantly, the Foundation's work had demonstrated that rural communities could address complex social problems through their own initiative and resources rather than waiting for solutions to be imposed by distant bureaucracies. The success of the Colonel Hartwell Foundation had inspired confidence in local problem-solving capabilities that extended far beyond charitable work to include everything from economic development to environmental conservation. Miss Marple, now in her final years but still sharp in mind and steady in purpose, had become something of a local institution herself, consulted not just about foundation business, but about all manner of community concerns that required the kind of wisdom that comes from long experience with human nature. Her cottage had become an informal gathering place, where people came to discuss problems and possibilities, confident that they would receive both practical advice and emotional support. Her garden, tended with the same patient care that she applied to human relationships, had become a symbol of the kind of sustained attention and gentle nurturing that made communities flourish. Visitors often commented on the way that different plants supported and complemented each other, creating a whole that was more beautiful and resilient than any of its individual parts could have been alone. Miss Marple would smile at such observations, understanding that they were really talking about more than flowers and vegetables. The Foundation's 10th anniversary celebration, held on a perfect October evening when the autumn colours seemed to have been painted by angels with an eye for spectacular beauty, drew hundreds of people from throughout rural England. Veterans and their families, Foundation staff and volunteers, academic researchers and government officials, business leaders and community activists, all gathered in St Mary Mead to celebrate a decade of successful charitable work and to plan for the future expansion of programmes that had proven their worth through consistent results. The celebration was held in the village hall, which had been decorated with flowers from Miss Marple's garden and dozens of other cottage gardens throughout the village. The walls were lined with photographs documenting the Foundation's work over the years, images of grateful families, successful projects, collaborative meetings, and community celebrations that told the story of how individual generosity had grown into collective achievement. Geoffrey Hartwell, now a seasoned Foundation administrator with grey hair and laugh lines that testified to years of satisfying work, gave the evening's keynote address. He spoke about his great-uncle's hidden will and the way that its discovery had changed not just his own life, but the lives of countless people who had never known the Colonel personally, but had benefited from his generosity. He thanked the community of St Mary Mead for their wisdom in ensuring that the Colonel's charitable intentions had been honoured and implemented in ways that created lasting benefits rather than temporary assistance. But the evening's most moving moment came when Mrs. Elm, now retired from her administrative duties but still actively involved in Foundation governance, read selections from the letters that the Foundation had received over the years from people whose lives had been touched by its work. The letters told stories of veterans who had found employment through Foundation job training programs, elderly residents who had been able to remain in their own homes because of Foundation support services, young people who had received educational opportunities that opened doors to careers they had never imagined possible. Each letter was a testament to the power of organised compassion to transform individual lives and strengthen communities. But taken together, they painted a picture of social change that extended far beyond the specific assistance that any single program could provide. The Foundation's work had created networks of mutual support that continue to operate independently of formal programs, inspiring people to help each other in ways that multiplied the impact of the original charitable investments. Miss Marple, who had been asked to offer closing remarks for the celebration, rose from her seat with the quiet dignity that had characterised all her public appearances over the years. She looked out over the assembled crowd, faces young and old, familiar and new, all united by their connection to work that had grown from one man's hidden generosity into a movement that was transforming rural charitable work throughout England. "The Colonel's whispered will," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the hall despite her advanced age, was heard at last, and its message has echoed far beyond anything he could have imagined when he first began his quiet charitable work. But I think the most important thing we have learned is that wills are not just legal documents that transfer property from one generation to the next. They are expressions of hope about the kind of world we want to leave behind, and they can be fulfilled only when communities choose to honour the values they represent. She paused, looking around the room at faces that reflected the diversity and dedication that had made the Foundation's work possible. The Colonel's true legacy is not the money he left behind, but the example he set of using whatever resources we have, whether financial or personal, large or small, to make life better for others. Each of you has contributed to fulfilling that legacy, not just through your work with the Foundation, but through the way you have chosen to live your daily lives in service to values larger than your own immediate interests. The applause that followed was warm and sustained, but Miss Marple raised her hand for one final observation. "The best mysteries," she said with the gentle smile that had become familiar to several generations of St Mary Mead residents, "are not those that end with solutions, but those that begin with them. The Colonel's mystery has been solved, but its solution has opened up new mysteries about how we can work together to build the kinds of communities that deserve our love and loyalty. Those mysteries will continue as long as there are people who believe that individual actions can create collective benefits, and that the best way to honour the past is to build foundations for the future." The celebration continued late into the evening, with conversations that range from specific Foundation programs to broader questions about community development and social responsibility. But throughout all the discussions, there was an underlying sense of satisfaction and confidence that came from knowing that good work was being done well, that worthy goals were being achieved through practical methods, and that the future held promising possibilities for expanding and improving charitable activities that had already proven their worth. Miss Marple, walking home through the village lanes as the last guest departed, and the celebration sounds faded into the comfortable silence of a rural evening, reflected on the distance that St Mary Mead had travelled since that morning 10 years earlier, where Mrs Bantry had discovered the Colonel's hidden will. The village had faced a mystery that could have divided the community between competing claims and conflicting interests. Instead, it had found a solution that honoured everyone's legitimate concerns, while creating something larger and more lasting than any individual inheritance could have been. The Foundation would continue its work long after all the current participants had been replaced by new generations of staff and volunteers. The programs would evolve to meet changing needs and take advantage of new opportunities. The partnerships with other organisations would expand and deepen as the network of rural charitable work continued to grow, but the essential principles that had guided the Foundation's creation, generosity tempered with practicality, individual initiative channeled through community cooperation, present assistance designed to build future capabilities, would remain constant because they reflected timeless truths about human nature and social responsibility. The Colonel's whispered will had been heard and faithfully implemented, but its echo would continue to resonate through the choices that future generations made about how to honour their inheritance of community values and charitable traditions. The mystery had been solved, but its solution had generated new possibilities for service and generosity that would provide meaningful work for anyone who chose to participate in the ongoing creation of communities worthy of the love and loyalty they inspired. And in that ongoing work, Miss Marple knew, lay the deepest satisfaction that human life could offer, the knowledge that individual efforts, however modest, could contribute to achievements that transcended any single lifetime and created legacies that would benefit people not yet born in ways not yet imagined. The Colonel's hidden generosity had been revealed at last, but its influence would continue to spread through networks of relationship and obligation that connected past and future in an unbroken chain of mutual assistance and shared hope. The stars that emerged in the clear October sky bore witness to another chapter in the eternal story of human community, where individual dreams of making the world better could become collective realities through the patient work of people who understood that the best mysteries were those whose solutions opened up new possibilities for service, generosity, and love. In St. Mary Mead, where time moved with the gentle persistence of well-tended gardens and carefully maintained traditions, the Colonel's whispered will had become part of the village's ongoing conversation with itself about how to live well together, how to honour the best in human nature, and how to create communities that justified the hope and loyalty they inspired in their members. Sweet dreams, gentle listeners, carry you softly toward rest in the knowledge that such communities exist, that such work continues, and that somewhere in the world people are choosing each day to honour their inheritance of wisdom and generosity by creating legacies that will benefit others long after their own stories have ended. The years flowed by like the gentle stream that wound its way through the meadows beyond St. Mary Mead, carrying with them the accumulated wisdom of seasons lived well and purposes faithfully served. Miss Marple, now approaching her 80th year with the serene dignity of someone who had witnessed the full circle of many human stories, continued her daily observations of village life with undiminished interest and gentle wisdom. Her cottage had become a pilgrimage site of sorts for people seeking guidance on charitable work, community organisation, and the delicate art of solving human problems through patient observation and kind intervention. Visitors came from throughout England and beyond, drawn by stories of the elderly lady who had helped transform a small village mystery into a model of effective charitable administration that was being studied and copied throughout the rural world. But Miss Marple received such attention with the same modest grace that had characterised all her interactions with human nature in its infinite complexity. She served tea in china cups that had witnessed decades of confidential conversations, offered biscuits that somehow made even the most serious discussions feel manageable, and listened with the kind of complete attention that made people feel both understood and valued. The Colonel Hartwell Foundation had grown far beyond anything its founders could have imagined, but it had grown organically, like Miss Marple's garden, with each new development building naturally on the foundations that had been carefully laid in earlier years. The foundation now operated programs in more than 50 rural communities throughout England, each adapted to local conditions and needs, but all guided by the same principles of practical generosity and community cooperation that had characterised the original work in St. Mary Mead. The Foundation's research initiatives had attracted international attention from scholars studying rural development, charitable administration, and community organisation. The small library at Gossington Hall had been expanded to accommodate the growing collection of academic papers, government reports, and case studies that documented the Foundation's methods and measured its impact on the communities it served. Mrs. Elm, now well into her 70s but still sharp in mind and steady in purpose, had been succeeded as foundation administrator by her carefully trained assistant, a young woman named Sarah Fleming, who had grown up in St Mary Mead and returned after university studies with a passion for continuing the charitable traditions that had shaped her childhood. Mrs Elm remained active as an emeritus board member, her institutional memory providing continuity and wisdom as the foundation adapted to changing circumstances and emerging opportunities. Geoffrey Hartwell had become something of a celebrity in charitable circles, frequently invited to speak at conferences and workshops about innovative approaches to rural development work. But he remained grounded in the practical realities of foundation operations, spending at least 1 week each month in St Mary Mead, working directly with programme staff and visiting the communities where foundation programmes were making a difference in people's lives. His marriage to a London physician, who had become fascinated with rural health challenges, had brought additional medical expertise to the Foundation's work, while their 3 children had grown up understanding that family wealth carried with it responsibilities for serving others, working toward the common good. The youngest, a daughter named Jane in honour of Miss Marple, had announced her intention to study charitable administration and eventually join the Foundation's professional staff. Dr. Haydock had retired from his medical practice but remained active in foundation work, particularly in developing the health programmes that had become models for rural medical services throughout England. His collaboration with medical schools had created a pipeline of young physicians who gained their early experience in rural communities while providing enhanced medical services to populations that had traditionally been underserved by urban-centred healthcare systems. The vicar, Mr. Clement, had seen his own retirement replaced by a younger clergyman who had been specifically chosen for his interest in the intersection between religious faith and social action. The church's involvement in foundation work had deepened over the years, with the parish serving as both a source of volunteers and a model for faith-based charitable engagement that attracted visitors from religious communities throughout the country. Even young Mr. West, now middle-aged and established as a successful author, continued his involvement with foundation work through his writing and his financial support. His novels had begun to feature characters and situations inspired by his experiences with rural charitable work, introducing urban readers to the challenges and opportunities of rural life while generating additional support for foundation programs. The Foundation's influence had extended far beyond its direct charitable activities. The success of its community-based approach to rural development had influenced government policy, with several national programmes adopting methods that had been pioneered and proven effective in the villages served by the Colonel Hartwell Foundation. Academic researchers had documented the Foundation's work in dozens of scholarly papers that had influenced thinking about charitable administration, community organisation, and rural development throughout the English-speaking world. But perhaps the most significant measure of the Foundation's success was the number of similar organisations that had been established by people who had learned about community-based charitable work through their connections with St Mary Mead. Former Foundation staff members had started their own charitable organisations in other regions. Communities that had been served by Foundation programmes had developed their own capabilities for addressing local needs. Young people who had benefited from Foundation educational programmes had returned to their home communities as leaders, committed to continuing the charitable traditions that had helped them achieve their own success. Miss Marple, observing these developments with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had helped plant seeds that were producing an abundant harvest, found herself thinking often about the nature of influence and the ways that individual actions could create ripple effects that extended far beyond their original scope. The Colonel's decision to dedicate his wealth to charitable purposes had been motivated by his personal sense of duty and his compassionate concern for veterans who needed assistance, but its implementation through community cooperation and careful attention to practical effectiveness had created a model that was inspiring similar work in contexts far removed from the original circumstances. The hidden will that had started everything had been important not because of the specific legal provisions it contained, but because of the way its discovery had brought together a group of people who were committed to honouring worthy intentions through collaborative action. The legal questions had been resolved relatively quickly, through the cooperative spirit that had characterized all the Foundation's work. But the human questions about how to build communities that supported their most vulnerable members, while encouraging individual initiative and responsibility, had provided ongoing challenges that required constant attention and creative problem-solving. Miss Marple's own role in the Foundation's development had evolved over the years from crisis management to strategic consultation, as her insights into human nature and community dynamics proved invaluable in addressing the complex problems that arose as the Foundation's work expanded and diversified. Her monthly meetings with Foundation staff had become legendary for their ability to cut through bureaucratic confusion and identify practical solutions to seemingly intractable problems. One particularly memorable case had involved a veteran who had been struggling with alcoholism and homelessness despite multiple attempts at assistance through various government and charitable programs. Previous efforts had focused on addressing his immediate needs for housing and medical care, but they had failed to address the underlying psychological and social factors that had led to his difficulties. Miss Marple's careful analysis of his situation revealed that his problems stemmed from unresolved grief over the loss of his military unit during wartime service, combined with his inability to find meaningful work that provided the sense of purpose and camaraderie that had sustained him during his military career. The solution involved connecting him with other veterans who had faced similar challenges and had found ways to rebuild their lives through mutual support and shared activities. The Foundation's Veteran Assistance Program was expanded to include group counselling and collaborative projects that gave participants opportunities to work together toward common goals, while addressing their individual needs for healing and recovery. The approach proved so successful that it was adopted by veteran assistance programs throughout the country, helping thousands of people who had been failed by more conventional treatment methods. Another case that demonstrated Miss Marple's particular gifts involved a rural community that had been devastated by the closure of its primary industry, leaving hundreds of families without employment and threatening the survival of the entire village. Government assistance programs had provided temporary financial support, but they had not addressed the fundamental problem of creating new economic opportunities in an area that seemed to have few natural advantages for attracting new businesses. Miss Marple's investigation revealed that the community possessed several overlooked assets that could be developed into sustainable economic activities. The village's location on a historic travel route made it attractive for tourism development. Its traditional architecture and craft traditions could appeal to urban visitors seeking authentic rural experiences. Its educated but underemployed population could provide the workforce for cottage industries that served specialised markets in larger cities. The Foundation's Community Development Programme helped the village organise a comprehensive economic revitalisation initiative that combined tourism promotion, craft production, and small business development in ways that built on existing strengths while creating new opportunities. The approach was so successful that it became a model for rural economic development that was studied and copied by government agencies and charitable organisations throughout Europe. These successes, and hundreds of others like them, had established the Foundation as more than just a charitable organisation. It had become a research and development centre for innovative approaches to rural community development, a training ground for people who wanted to work in charitable administration, and a demonstration site for visitors who wanted to learn about effective methods for addressing complex social problems through community-based action. The Foundation's reputation had attracted partnerships with universities, government agencies, and international organisations that were working on similar challenges in other countries. Exchange programs brought visitors from rural communities throughout the world to learn about the Foundation's methods, while Foundation staff travelled to share their expertise with organisations working in contexts as diverse as rural Scotland, remote areas of Canada, and developing communities in Africa and Asia. But despite its international recognition and expanding influence, the Foundation remained grounded in the local community that had given it birth. St Mary Mead continued to be the Foundation's spiritual and administrative centre, the place where new ideas were tested and refined before being shared with other communities. The village's residents took quiet pride in their role as stewards of an organisation that had achieved national and international recognition while remaining true to the local values and traditions that had inspired its creation. Miss Marple's cottage garden had become something of a shrine for Foundation visitors, who often requested permission to walk through the carefully tended beds, where flowers and vegetables grew in the harmonious profusion that characterized all her work. She would lead these tours with the same patient attention to detail that she applied to human problems, explaining the principles of companion planting and seasonal succession that made her garden both beautiful and productive throughout the growing season. But visitors often sensed that they were learning about more than gardening techniques. Miss Marple's explanations of how different plants supported and protected each other, how careful attention to soil conditions and water requirements created optimal growing conditions, how patient observation and timely intervention could prevent small problems from becoming major disasters, seemed to apply equally well to community organisation and human relationship management. The garden tours invariably concluded with tea served on the small terrace, overlooking the flower beds, where Miss Marple would answer questions about the Foundation's work and share stories about the people and communities that had been touched by its programmes. These informal conversations had inspired numerous visitors to return to their own communities, with renewed commitment to charitable work and fresh ideas about how to organise effective assistance programmes. The Foundation's 25th anniversary celebration, held on a perfect September evening when the late summer lights seemed to have been designed specifically for commemorating important achievements, drew more than 1,000 people to St Mary Mead. The village green was transformed into an outdoor reception area, with marquees providing shelter for displays documenting the Foundation's work over a quarter-century of service to rural communities throughout England and beyond. The celebration featured presentations by Foundation staff, government officials, academic researchers, and representatives from the many organisations that had been influenced by the Foundation's work. But the most moving presentations came from people whose lives had been directly touched by Foundation programmes, veterans who had found employment and purpose through job training initiatives, elderly residents who had been able to remain in their own communities because of support services, young people who had achieved educational and career goals that had seemed impossible before Foundation assistance made them achievable. Geoffrey Hartwell, now a distinguished gentleman with silver hair and the confident bearing of someone who had spent decades in meaningful work, gave the keynote address of the evening. He spoke about the journey that had begun with the discovery of his great-uncle's hidden will, and had evolved into a movement that was transforming rural charitable work throughout the English-speaking world. He thanked the community of St Mary Mead for their wisdom in ensuring that individual generosity had been channeled into collective achievement that would benefit generations yet to come. But the evening's most anticipated moment came when Miss Marple, now recognised as the Foundation's founding sage and continuing inspiration, was asked to offer her reflections on 25 years of charitable work and community development. She rose from her seat with the dignified grace that had characterised all her public appearances over the decades, looking out over the assembled crowd with the gentle attention that had made her legendary among people who sought wisdom about human nature and community relationships. "The Colonel's whispered will has been speaking to us for 25 years, she said, her voice carrying clearly through the evening air despite her advanced age, and its message has grown richer and more complex as we have learned to listen more carefully to what it was really saying. We began by thinking that we were simply trying to honour one man's charitable intentions, but we discovered that we were actually learning how to create the kinds of communities that deserve our love and loyalty." She paused, looking around at faces that reflected the diversity and dedication that had made the Foundation's work possible over the decades. "The most important thing we have learned is that charity is not just about giving money to people who need assistance. It is about creating relationships that enable people to help each other, building communities where everyone has opportunities to contribute their gifts and talents to the common good, and developing systems that address problems in ways that strengthen rather than weaken the social bonds that hold us together." The applause that followed was warm and sustained, but Miss Marple raised her hand for one final observation. The Colonel's mystery was solved 25 years ago, but its solution opened up new mysteries that we are still exploring. How do we balance individual initiative with collective responsibility? How do we honour traditions while adapting to changing circumstances? How do we create communities that are both stable and dynamic, both rooted in local values and open to outside influences. These are the mysteries that will continue to challenge us as long as we care about building the kinds of communities that justify the hope and loyalty they inspire. The celebration continued late into the evening, with conversations that range from specific program details to broader questions about social responsibility and community development. But throughout all the discussions, there was an underlying sense of gratitude and accomplishment that came from knowing that worthwhile work was being done well, that important goals were being achieved through practical methods, and that the future held promising possibilities for expanding and improving charitable activities that had already proven their worth through decades of successful operation. Miss Marple, walking home through the village lanes as the last guest departed, and the celebration sounds faded into the comfortable silence of a rural evening, reflected on the remarkable journey that had begun with a simple discovery in a hidden drawer and had evolved into a movement that was influencing charitable work throughout the world. The foundation would continue its work long after all the current participants had been replaced by new generations of staff and volunteers, but the essential principles that had guided its development would remain constant because they reflected timeless truths about human nature and social responsibility. The Colonel's whispered will had been heard and faithfully implemented, creating a legacy that extended far beyond anything he could have imagined when he first began his quiet, charitable work. But perhaps the most important lesson that his story taught was that individual actions, however modest they might seem at the time, could create consequences that rippled outward through networks of relationship and obligation to touch lives and communities in ways that continued to expand and multiply across generations. And in that ongoing expansion of generous influence, Miss Marple found the deepest satisfaction that a long life could offer, the knowledge that her own small contributions to solving human problems and strengthening community bonds had become part of something larger and more lasting than any individual achievement. The mystery had been solved, but its solution had generated new possibilities for service and generosity that would provide meaningful work for anyone who chose to participate in the ongoing creation of communities worthy of the love and devotion they inspired in their members. The stars that emerged in the clear September sky bore witness to another chapter in the eternal story of human community, where individual dreams of making the world better could become collective realities through the patient work of people who understood that the best mysteries were those whose solutions opened up new possibilities for service, generosity, and love. In St Mary Mead, where time moved with the gentle persistence of well-tended gardens and carefully maintained traditions, the Colonel's whispered will had become part of the village's ongoing conversation with itself about how to live well together, how to honour the best in human nature, and how to create communities that justified the hope and loyalty they inspired in their members. The mystery has been solved, dear listeners, but the story continues, written in the daily choices of ordinary people who choose to live extraordinary lives of quiet service and patient love. Rest now in that gentle certainty, that peaceful knowledge, that whispered promise that tomorrow will bring new opportunities for the kinds of choices that make communities worthy of the devotion they inspire and the legacies they preserve. Sweet dreams carry you softly toward rest, where whispered wills become whispered promises, where gentle mysteries become gentle wisdom, and where the patient observation of human nature in all its complexity and beauty continues to reveal new reasons for hope, new possibilities for community, and new ways of honouring the deepest truths about what it means to live well together in a world that is always changing, but whose deepest values remain constant, calling us always toward our better selves, our stronger communities, and our most generous possibilities. Good night, gentle souls. May your rest be peaceful, your dreams be kind, and your awakening be filled with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that somewhere in the world, the work of building better communities continues, one act of generosity at a time, one moment of wisdom at a time, one whispered will at a time, until all the accumulated kindness of individual hearts becomes the foundation for a world where everyone can find the safety, purpose, and belonging that make life worth living and communities worth preserving. Sleep well in the gentle embrace of stars and dreams, carried softly toward rest by the whispered promise that love endures, wisdom grows, and the best of human nature continues to find expression through the choices we make about how to live together in communities worthy of our highest hopes and deepest loyalties. The Colonel's will has been heard, honoured, and fulfilled, but its echo continues in every act of kindness, every gesture of service, and every choice to build rather than tear down, to unite rather than divide, to give rather than withhold the gifts that make communities flourish and human spirits soar toward their finest possibilities. Rest now, dear listeners, in the certainty that such communities exist, that such choices are made every day, and that somewhere in the gentle rhythms of village life, the eternal mystery of human love continues to unfold, one story at a time, one life at a time, one whispered will at a time, until all our individual voices join in the great chorus of humanity singing its ancient song of hope, service, and enduring love that transcends all boundaries and connects all hearts in the timeless community of those who choose to live for something larger than themselves. Good night, sweet dreams, and may the whispered will of every generous heart find its voice in the communities we build together, the love we share freely, and the legacy we leave for those who come after us, carrying forward the eternal conversation about how to live well together in a world that needs all the wisdom, kindness, and patient service we can offer in our brief but precious time as stewards of hope and builders of communities worthy of the infinite value of every human soul.